steers.
Well, thank you very much, Ashlyn. And we are just a few minutes away from starting with class number 1. Our market steers, Casey Scott, Bracy De La Paz, Sydney Brocker, Pace Raymond, Alejandro Ibarra, and Nicholas Robbins will be our first market class. We'll start with our lightweights, move to the heavyweights. We'll have a grand and a champion in reserve for lightweight, midweight, and heavyweight. We'll bring back this evening to crown our grand champions at 6 o'clock. So it's going to be a good long day of showing steers. So, class number 1, Casey Scott, Bracy De La Paz, Sydney Brocker, Pace Raymond, Alejandro Ibarra, and Nicholas Robbins.
Mom says you need to hang out here. Yeah, so I'll help. How about you eat here and then you'll go help Riley? I need a chair. I'll sit on the bench. She said to go here. Where were you going to go? You can stand up there. Because you're not doing it. Go back to the trailer, that's fine. Hey. Thank you for the burrito.
I think he is pretty, he's good at communicating, I feel like. I'll just grab some from last year.
Hey, what's the penalty?
These steers range in weight from 1,100 pounds to 1,161 pounds. Our judge this morning, Ty Cleaver from Klamath Falls. Judges a lot of shows in the cattle business and the brewery business down there in Klamath County.
Tell Marty.
As you can see on the big screen behind us, we are able to watch each class. You can actually watch that on YouTube at HSD Communications. HSD Communications on YouTube.
I'm pretty sure she got it from the stand.
I was hoping that coffee place was going to be open at 6:30. But it started last night. And then it and it's like from 90. There's oils.
So is his son in there?
Yeah. So his son helped like get yeah. At least that's like what he did last year. But he had his son and his daughter. And I'm sure he's learning the other pieces. I'm assuming they have the same purpose.
Good morning, and it's a great pleasure to get to be here with you guys this morning at the Umatilla County Fair. I know me and my kids really enjoyed our trip up here last year. It's a great honor and a great privilege to be invited back and get to be with you guys here again today. Here in our first class, to be quite honest, this is not the kind of steer you expect to find in the first class of the day. This is a calf who I think does a lot of really nice things. You talk about him from a compositional perspective, having the fat to muscle ratio be really right. I think he does this very well. A steer who I really like just for his overall presence, his depth of body, his width of chest, his width of base, and just does a lot of really good things for us. And a calf that kind of balances up nicely, and the young lady's done a very nice job presenting him. In a perfect world, would we like to loosen his spine up a little bit, make him a little bit leveler as he gets out and travels? Yes, we would, but that's getting very critical of a very nice calf that wins this first class. You can go ahead and take him on out. Not to take anything away from the smoky steer in second, this is another calf that from a composition standpoint I really like. Lots of width, lots of power, may even be just a little bit bigger top than the calf that we start the class with. One that, in a perfect world you would like to free him up, maybe drop him down in his center body just a little bit, but this is a calf who I'm very confident is going to go to the rail very nicely. Then we come to the red and white calf in third place, one that this young man did a really nice job feeding, and kind of has the right body type to go along with that. Really, wide made, deep body type of steer. One that you are really happy with from a muscle and a soundness standpoint. You just like to get some more mass, some more muscle, and some more power in this guy. Then we could get you up with the two up above you. But you did a heck of a job feeding this calf. I think this calf's going to be give a very nice eating experience to whoever ends up with him in the sale. Then we come to our red group of steers here. The young lady with this black calf, he's one who I'd say he's about 3/4 there from a feed standpoint. You did a really nice job finding a nice deep-bodied, sound-made calf for your project this year. If you just get him a little bit heavier next year and find one with a little bit more stoutness, a little bit more muscle for you to work with, I think that'll help you along the way. Then we come to a really nicely balanced, attractively made black calf that the young man brings us. This is one who, when he walks in the ring, you really like the straightness of lines that he brings to you. A steer that, would probably like to see be another 100 pounds heavier to really appreciate how nice this calf is. And one that, if I'm guessing, I'm saying is more likely to probably fall in the select category. Then we come to the young man's calf that rounds up the class. Young man did a really nice job finding a sound-made, really muscular prospect. Unfortunately, we're probably 100 pounds anyway from where we'd really like this calf to be from a condition standpoint. But with that, there is some cover evident over his ribs and in his flank that leads me to think this steer probably should be able to grade select for us. But you found a nice type this year. If you have a little bit better luck feeding him next year, that'll help you along the way. But really good group to begin the day with. Thank you.
Okay, so we're three blues, 3 reds. Okay, 3 blues, 3 reds. So the winner of that class is Sydney Brocker. Second was Pace Raymond. Third was Alejandro Ibarra. Fourth was Bracy de la Paz. Fifth was Nicholas Robbins. And sixth was Casey Scott. Here's class number 2. This is Grace Grunwald, Clarice Thomas, Cole Bennett, Tristan Walker, Austin Walker, and Allison Terry. So this is class number 2. These steers range from 1,173 pounds to 1,237 pounds.
He'll tell you.
After Class 3, Sydney, Brocker, and Pace Raymond will come back for the runoff for our champion lightweight. We'll take the top 2 from each of these lightweight classes. And we'll run off with those champion lightweight steers. Then we'll have our middleweights and our heavyweights as well. And then tonight at 6 o'clock, we will crown our grand champion market steer at the Umatilla County Fair.
Is there only 3 classes? No. I don't think so. 11.
No music.
Deegan Patton and Beth Curry Smith, if you could make your way over to the pictures, that would be great.
Sitting next to the speaker, does that help me understand?
Okay, we really, really liked her calf. We started class 1 with, and I think I like this one just as well, if not more. This is a steer who, especially this kind of weight, you're just really pleased with everything this guy does right. Again, we talk about, composition. This is a very, very heavily muscled steer. He's got plenty of fat on him to go with all that muscle, though. Very nice, very mellow to the touch. Very, very even and very uniform in terms of his condition. And then we kind of get to the intangibles, like this guy's really, really sound as he gets out and travels. He's one who is very nicely fronted, and everything just fits together really, really nicely in this steer, and makes him a very high quality, very well balanced calf that this young lady brings to us. He wins this class pretty handily, in my opinion. Then we come to a pair of red calves who I think are a lot more alike than they are different. I really, really appreciate the just really practical type that both of these steers are. They're super big-bodied. Are they the most attractive things in the world? No, they're not, but they're really big-bodied. They're well above average in terms of muscle, and they're both just a really nice, practical, real-world type of calf. The difference in the pair to me, from a market readiness standpoint, I really, really like the way that this calf handles. Very mellow, very uniform, should go to the rail with a very good chance to grade choice. The young man steer, very similar in many, many aspects. I'd like to see him covered over those last couple ribs a little bit better, and then maybe we'd go ahead and switch that pair. Then we come to a pair of kind of really dissimilar calves. The Baldy's advantages over the white calf, in my opinion, are both from a structural and a market readiness standpoint. This is a calf who keeps himself together, stays a lot leveler, gets out and travels a lot freer, and just as importantly, when you get your hands on him, this calf is very mellow, very uniform all the way over his ribs, has a really, really nice flank in him. I am very confident about the chances this calf has to grade. The white one certainly has some advantages. This is a steer with a little bit more muscle. This is one who, just his overall look, he kind of grabs you when he walks in the ring. He's one who you'd like to have a little bit more over those last ribs and in his flank and in his brisket to really give you the confidence that he's where he needs to be fat-wise. I did go ahead and give him a blue. I think he is close enough, but a really nice project with a lot of attractiveness to him that the young man brings us. Then we come to the young lady steer, and I definitely see what she saw in this calf last fall when she picked him out. This guy is very, very attractive. He's very, very nicely balanced. I really like the amount of muscle this calf has. The problem, he didn't feed out too good for her, and there are some fat indicators there, but he's one who is probably 150 pounds from his ideal weight, unfortunately, today. But you did a really, really good job with what you selected there. Hopefully get a little bit better luck with how it feeds out next year. Good class. Thank you.
All right, the winner of that class is Allison Terry. Second was Austin Walker. Third was Tristan Walker. Fourth was Cloris Thomas. Cole Bennett was fifth, and Grace Grunwald was the sixth place steer there. Next class, class number 3, last class of our lightweights, Morgan Harris. What?
Just sit. The speaker might be speaking.
So this third class here is Morgan Harris with a 1,248-pound steer. Deegan Patton, the 1,250-pound steer. Beth Curry Smith, 1,253 pounds. Jaden Walker in there with a 1,254-pound steer. Evelina Llewellyn, 1,282 pounds. And then Kylie Temple with a 1,294-pound steer.
to go in school?
3 semesters.
And then what?
I don't know.
Where's your sister? Super cute.
Oh, thank you. She is in Idaho right now. Moscow. She's the ag teacher.
Did she get engaged?
Not yet. Well, living together in a house.
We're all.
Yeah, me, Chelsea, her boyfriend, and then her roommate. Well, the roommate. And then we have 3 dogs.
You haven't found a friend yet?
Well, I do have friends, but
What's his name?
Oh, no, I don't have friends. I have friends, just not friends. I'm too much for them to handle with me.
I understand that. Hello. Okay. What gate are you at? Okay. It's the front gate. Okay, yeah. So you're gonna follow the road to the right and come back to the barns. Do you want to go to the trailer first, or do you want to go?
After this class, she's back.
Did he try and take off? Huh? Yeah, tell me to keep him up.
Once again, the video that is up on the screen, that can be seen on YouTube at HSD Communications channel. So if you find their YouTube channel, you can watch that or send it to grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles, buyers, HSD Communications YouTube channel.
Is audio recorded on that too?
No idea.
With the judge talking?
I don't know. I would ask.
What's his name?
I'll just go get his attention and ask.
Okay.
I don't know.
Alright. Ask those boys over there. They should.
The ones holding the camera?
Yes.
this will be also. Okay. Very nice class of very, very well-fed steers here these young people brought us today. Please give them a nice round of applause for the very, very good job that they did. I would say this, from my perspective, has been the most challenging class I've had to look at so far today. But with that said, the young lady with the black steer, I think he puts a lot of really, really nice things together into a really complete package. Is he the heaviest muscled steer in here? No, he's probably not. That's probably the silver steer that's in the middle of the line. Is he more than adequate from a muscle standpoint? He absolutely is. Does this calf handle as nicely as anything in here? I certainly think that he does. This is a steer that gets out and travels really well, very flexible, very loose in terms of his spine, especially for the amount of muscle and fat that he brings to us today. And then to kind of be the cherry on top, this is a steer that lines out in patterns more than acceptably well. To put together a really, really complete project, this young lady did a really nice job getting ready for us to look at today. Congratulations. Not to take anything away from the red steer in second, he's a very, very similar type. One that doesn't really blare at you in any particular way, but one that as you really analyze him, you don't really find a whole lot dissatisfying about him either. A steer who is much like his class winner in terms of his overall completeness. He's one you would like to soften up over his last rib a little bit more and just add a little bit more muscle to, then would go ahead and probably go ahead and switch that pair. But two very complete projects to start the class. Then we come to the most heavily conditioned steer in the class that I think will have the safest chance to grade choice. This guy is just a dense, burly little dude. He's one that you really, really like the mellowness and the uniformity of his handle. He's one who comes and goes at you with a lot of width and muscle shape from both directions. Is he the flashiest thing in the world? No. But this is just a really nice, complete, really functional type of calf that this exhibitor has done a really, really super good job of feeding and getting ready for here today, and is ultimately going to go provide their buyer with a very, very high quality eating experience in my projection. Congratulations. Then we come to the steer who gives you the most to think about in the class. Hands down, this is the heaviest muscled steer that we have in here. Hands down, this is going to be the best yielding steer that we have in here. You really, really like kind of the general look and the muscle shape that this calf brings to the table. Your one thing, if we could go ahead and put another 75 or 100 pounds on this steer, then he probably wins the class pretty easily at that point. Relative to the amount of muscle he has, I think he has a very good chance to grade choice. I'd like him to be another 100 pounds heavier, where I'm very confident that he would. But again, a very nice, eye-appealing, high-yielding steer that the young man brings us. Then we come to the black and white calf. One that, is one of the lighter muscled steers, relatively speaking, in the class, but one that the young lady did a really good job of finding a really nice, practical, functional body type. Did a really good job feeding this steer. He's very mellow in terms of his handle. He's very, very full in his flank. Should go onto the rail with a very good chance to grade choice. Again, I really just appreciate the, practical functionality of this young lady's project she brings us. Then we come to a steer who I'm very confident should, from a quality grade, perform well on the rail. This is a steer that's really, really nicely finished. This young lady did a really super good job of feeding this steer. He's very mellow in his rib. He's very soft to the touch over his top and very full in his flank. I also really like the structural soundness of this steer. His challenge, if he could trade the white steer some fat for some of the white steer's muscle, that'd be a pretty good deal for everyone. We'd just like to widen that steer up and make him more muscular in terms of his look. Good class. Congratulations.
All right, so first in that class is Evelina Llewellyn. Second is Kylie Temple. Third was Jaden Walker. Fourth was Deegan Patton. Fifth was Morgan Harris. And sixth was Beth Curry Smith. So we will bring in the top two from each one of those lightweight classes in for runoff. So we are going to have Sydney Brockert and Pace Raymond, Austin Walker and Allison Terry, and Evelina Llewellyn and Kylie Temple to come back for the lightweight runoff. These are all of our first and second place steers from our first three lightweight classes: Sydney Brocker, Allison Terry, Evelina Llewellyn, Pace Raymond, Austin Walker, and Kylie Temple.
Hello. No, I am not. She should be in the 4-H office. What do you need? Oh. That's a lot of No, she's in the 4-H office. I'm looking for beef right now, so. Yeah, it's not fun. Alright, fine.
a really, really nice first division that you guys have brought out here, and a lot of cattle that I've had a really good time looking at, and you have some really, really good projects that you need to be really proud of what you've done here. And you know, especially the lighter weight classes, usually you kind of have them as a little bit of an afterthought on the way to the better things that's going to follow them. That was not the case at all today. There's a steer in here tonight who I think just puts everything together really, really well. Then you have a really close decision for your reserve in here. So I'll go ahead and I'll pick your division champion, your reserve, then I'll place the remaining calves that are out here. But again, I very sincerely mean, especially for the first division, I'm really pleased with the quality that you guys brought here today. Congratulations. Which one wins? If he wants them, they're there. Okay.
So your lightweight division champion steer is Allison Terry, and reserve is Sydney Brocker. And then down the line, it's Evelina Llewellyn, Kylie Temple, Pace Raymond, and Austin Walker. That will do it for our lightweight division. We'll get ready to start bringing in our middleweights. Just like a boxing match around here. So class number 4, Braden Cordabera, Tinley Terusio, Dakota McLaughlin, Cooper Harris, Ellen Marie Martinez, and Sydney Dodge. Those steers range from 1,300 pounds to 1,338 pounds. That will be the beginning of our middleweight division. Our first and second place steers in each division will come back tonight for our grand champion drive. We need to the photos Delaney Weisler, Carolyn Follett, and Brett Mendrick. So those three, please report over here to the photos and get ready for your class of steers.
very interesting class with a lot of different types and a lot of different animals that do a lot of different things. The one thing I can figure out to do pretty rapidly, this steer wins this class with a great degree of confidence, in my opinion. This is a steer that when he walks in the ring, you see that big brisket, you really impressed with him, and at that point you already know this guy's more than market ready. He's a steer who fed out really good. He's super mellow, super even in terms of his fat cover, a steer that balances up really nice when he's standing still out here on the profile. In a perfect world, would we like to give him a little bit more angle up front? Yes, we probably would. Would we like him to be a little bit more explosive into his lower quarter as you get behind him and study him? Yes, we probably would, but that's not to take anything away from a very high quality, very nicely balanced, very well presented project that this young lady has brought us today. Then we come to a red calf who I think from a carcass standpoint most closely follows our winner. This is a steer that is very nicely covered, a steer who may actually have a little bit of an edge in terms of real raw muscle shape over our class winner, a calf who is certainly more than acceptable in terms of the way he gets out and travels. He's one that just from a balance perspective, you probably like to take a little bit off the front end of him and slide it a little bit more toward the back end of him. But again, as far as the things this young lady can do, she found a really nicely muscled steer. She got it fed really right and did a very good job for us. Then we come to a very close pair in my opinion. And actually my daughter sitting up in the announcer booth when I went to get the mic informed me that I got this one backwards, so you got a vote up there if that makes you feel a little bit better. Two steers who I think I really like the way both of them they have some cover to them, they have some muscle to them, albeit not the degree that the two up above them did. For me, I prefer the balance and the little bit of an edge and muscle and structural soundness that I find in the young lady steer. One that is really nice and really up-headed, really nice in terms of his lines, and really super sound on his legs. This steer is one who, we could be another 50 or 75 pounds down the road and would probably like him even that much more. But a steer who I think from a balance and a muscle standpoint very narrowly edges out the steer in fourth. The steer in fourth is a very odd evaluation because he's one who at first glance you maybe think this calf, you'd like him to be quite a bit fatter too. You get your hands on him, he's actually very mellow, has good fat deposition about everywhere that you want him to have. If we could just stouten this calf up a little bit more, then we would have got you up in third place pretty quickly. But you did a really good job feeding this steer. I really commend you for doing that. Then we come to two calves down here who these are two steers that from a muscle standpoint you like quite a bit. The difference in this pair, I just find more evidence of fat covering this young man's black calf. I really like the amount of muscle this steer has. Sure would like to love him up a little bit out of his hip, but another really nice steer with some muscle shape to him. You just like to be a little bit more developed from a condition standpoint. And this gray steer is a really odd one because there's some places where this guy's, he's got a very full flank. I really appreciate that. You get up and handle, his 12th, 13th rib interface. This is a steer that you just like to see with some more cover on him to give you some confidence he's going to have a chance, a great choice. But again, we commend this young man for finding a nice, well-muscled, really deep-bodied, really practical type of calf for his project this year. Congratulations.
All right, so Sydney Dodge is going to win that class. Second place was Dakota McLaughlin. Third was Tinley Terusio. Ella Marie Martinez won fourth. Braden Cordeberia fifth, and Cooper Harris sixth. So we'll bring in our next class of middleweights. Top two from that last class will come back for the runoff. We'll bring in Paige Grunwald, 1,341-pound steer. Delaney Weisler, she's got a 1,341-pound steer as well. Cameron Estes, bringing in a 1,345-pound blue steer. Mackenzie Marks in at 1,347 pounds. Like we got Carolyn Follett right there with a 1,349-pound steer. Brett Mendrick in there also at 1,349, and then Bree Yonts, 1,352-pound steer.
Hey, so you have Dakota McSmall, I don't know how to pronounce the last name, in the 5th class, but she was in the full class. Oh. Okay. Because she won 2nd in the full class. Yeah. Okay, so hold down on her name. And what do I do after I hold down on the name? It's not even like doing anything. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Alright, enjoy. Oh man.
Bryn Gaines, if you would report to the photographer. You're in the next class here. So Bryn Gaines, come on over, get your picture taken with your steer.
we get a really nice pair of steers to start this class here, and I think there's some give and take between these. There's some things that they both do better than each other. I'll go ahead and I'll talk about them, and then hopefully by then I'll have made my mind up which one of them I like a little bit better. This blue calf, when I look at him, I just think very practical functionality. This is a steer who I really, really like the way he gets out and travels. He's a calf that balances very nicely. He's a steer who is more than adequate in terms of the amount of muscle, and as far as being confident, he's got enough fat on him to grade. We're very, very confident there, to the point we might be a little bit past where we really want to be and go, okay, maybe we're getting to be a little bit of a liability from a yield grade standpoint. But that's a calf. When he walked in here, it didn't take very long to catch your attention. Then we come to the silver steer. This is a calf that is I think from, you analyze him from a muscle standpoint, I think this is probably the heaviest muscled steer in here. This young lady's done a very, very good job feeding this calf. He is right at 12 o'clock in terms of his condition. Is he maybe the most attractive one in here? Probably not. Is the blue one just a little bit more flexible when he gets out and travels? He probably is. But with that, is your steer a structural liability? In my mind, he's not. We have two steers who I really like muscle-wise. We have two steers who I'm very confident are going to grade. I think yours is going to grade and go to the rail with the higher cutability carcass. That's going to be the decisive factor that places you first. You will be our second. Congratulations, two very, very nice steers. Then we come over here, and there's still a lot of good quality over here all the way from top to bottom of this line. We have two steers here who I really, really like from their composition standpoint. These are both steers that have some muscle to them. They're both steers that have that I'm very, very happy with where they're at from a condition standpoint. This steer is just a little bit more practical type to me. I like the little bit more depth of body your steer has. He's a little bit easier with a little bit more angle when he gets out and travels, which is why I decided to place you very closely third over the young lady in the pink shirt. Again, a really nice calf who, fat and muscle-wise is in a very, very good place. One that just gets a little bit straighter up in front and would probably like to give a little bit more depth of body compared to the young man steer, but two very, very good projects. And we then come to this kind of chocolatey steer. This is a very much what you see what you get steer. There's not a whole heck of a lot of hair to hide anything here, but there's not really a whole lot to hide. This is just a nice, practical type of calf. And your biggest challenge today, you just ran into a really, really tough class. But you have a steer who I like from a fat standpoint. I like him from a muscle standpoint. I like his structural soundness. You chose a really, really nice project. Relative to the ones up above you, we probably could stouten this steer up a little bit more, and then we could certainly creep you up a little bit higher in the class. Then we come to a yellow calf who really, really astonished me. He's one that when he walked into the ring, you go, okay, this is a calf who isn't quite where he needs to be finish-wise. You get your hands on him, and he's actually very surprisingly mellow in terms of his finish. He's one I'm very confident has a good chance to grade choice at the next level. Then where it would change him relative to the steers up above you, would really like to drop this calf down and soften him up and just add more raw power to him. But you found a really, really attractive project that really gets out and travels very nicely. I'm really pleased with the way you got him fed. Then I mean this for real, type-wise, my favorite steer in the class is probably the silver steer. That is my type all day and all night. He's wide-chested, he's wide-based, he's heavily muscled. Is he the most show steer-looking thing? No, but he just screams, I am a practical beef animal that's going to go do very, very well in the real world. The one challenge this young lady had, we talked a little bit about nutrition, and she fed him a grower product. Which, if he would have had something with a little bit more fat on it and got him mellower down his top and over his ribs, this steer certainly would have moved up a long way in class. But we did talk about feeds a little bit, and she certainly has the eye for good ones. This was a very, very nice, very, very deep class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations to Delaney Weisler with the first place steer in that class. Second was Cameron Estes. And third place was Brett Mendrick. Fourth was Paige Grunwald. Fifth was Mackenzie Marks. Sixth was Bree Yonce. And seventh was Carolyn Follett. We'll bring the top two, Delaney and Cameron, back for a runoff here after our seventh class. This is class number 6. Tate Burke, 1,358-pound steer. Peyton Bennett in there with a 1,361-pound steer. Bryn Gaines in with a 1,364-pound calf. Faith Grunwald making her way in with a 1,377-pound steer. And then Jaslyn Morris with a 1,383-pound black bolly.
another really nice class of steers with probably the tightest pair that I've looked at so far today. There is a lot of give and take, I think, between these two steers. But two really, really exceptional calves. And I would like to comment at this part of the day, nothing against last year. I'm really, really pleased with the quality of your calves this year. In the front end, you've had some really, really nice animals from the first class that came in the ring today. So to kind of talk about the differences between these guys, this black calf is one that, you kind of like him. He's a very practical type steer, yet at the same time, he's got a little bit more eye appeal than your average one that you're going to go find. A steer who the young man did a very, very good job feeding him. This calf is very nice and very mellow and very uniform in terms of his fat cover. I think these two are by far the heaviest muscle calves that we have in this class. And a steer who, you're pleased with the way he gets out and travels. If we had a magic wand and could do whatever we wanted to do, this is a guy who would probably like the pieces of him just to fit together a little bit smoother. But you got a heck of a carcass there that's going to make a very, very happy buyer in your sale here in a couple days. Then we come to a steer who kind of has the wow factor when he walks in the ring. This is a steer who is very up-headed, very, very attractive. You get behind him. I would call this probably the heaviest muscle calf that we have in this class. Your concern from analyzing him is, how much fat does this steer have on him? You're really, really pleased when you get your hands on him. He's very nice and spongy at the interface of his 12th and his last rib in the beginning of his loin. He's very nice and mellow over his ribs. He's very, very full down into his flank. And this is one where the pieces do kind of fit together really, really nicely. In a very close pair, things like that kind of become a little bit bigger than they otherwise are. This steer will be first. You will be second. Congratulations. Those are two very, very nice calves. Then we come to another one who, from a carcass standpoint, I really like, and this young lady's black steer. This is another one that kind of surprises you a little bit when you get your hands on him. He walks in the ring, you kind of think, this guy's a little bit round in his muscle type and the type that don't like to feed too terribly well. This young lady figured out how to get it done. She fed him a lot of corn, she told me, and this is a steer who I think carcass-wise is going to do very, very well. Where we'd like to change him in a very tough class that you were in. This is a steer would like to free him up a little bit off both ends as he gets out and travels. Would certainly like to make him longer and leveler from his hooks to his pens. But as far as the two really important things, that's you found a calf with muscle and you got it finished really, really right for us today. We'd just like to improve you a little bit on an eye appeal standpoint, and then we could get you out to play ball with the two that were over here. Very, very nice steer. Then we come to our first-time exhibitor here. Was really, really nervous when she came in here. Now we actually get to see her smile and do stuff like that, which is really, really good. This is a really nice, big, soggy, black baldy steer she brings us. You really like, pardon the phrase, the meat and potatoes appearance of this calf. He's very deep-bodied. He's very sound in terms of the way that he travels. I describe him as being a very nice, practical, functional type. In this class, we're really happy with the way he's finished. We'd just like him to be quite a bit more muscular to get to compete with the three very powerful ones that came before him. Then we come to the young lady with the black steer. You really like the length of side the steer has. You really like the way the steer gets out and travels. He's one who we would like to add a little bit more muscle to, and he's one, upon analysis, you'd really like him to have more fat cover over his ribs, but a steer who I think has a lot of good pieces. I'd just like to see with some more condition on him and a little bit more width to go along with it. But very, very good group of steers, particularly two very good ones on the top.
Congratulations to Peyton Bennett. She wins that class. Tate Burke was in second. Faith Grunwald in third. Jaslyn Morris in fourth, and Brent Gaines in fifth. We'll bring in class number 7, Royce Francis, Abigail Wilkes, Coulter Meads, Wyatt Harris, Tegan Kennedy, and Mason Murdoch. These steers range from 1,389 pounds to 1,396 pounds. This is the last of our middleweight steers. So we'll bring the first 2 from each of the middleweight classes back for the runoff after this class. If we could get Class 8 over here for pictures, that would be wonderful. So everybody in Class 8, make your way over here for pictures.
You
Truck drivers.
Okay, we have a really nice pair of steers over here who I think in terms of their type and kind are really, really similar. I'll just get it out there. This black calf right here, I like a lot. Talk about what you want, a show steer to be. You want him to be muscular, you want him to be fat, you want him to be sound, and check. And then he has kind of a little bit of style to go along with it. This is a steer that I would describe as being very, very complete, very, very well balanced, and in a very ideal situation. Both muscle-wise and marketability-wise, all the pieces fit together really good there. And if you kind of fantasize what would the steer look like if he actually had some hair on him, that's quite the creature this young man has brought us today. Not to take anything away from the red baldy, this is another calf who I think is a really, really similar type and kind to the black one that just left the ring. Another one that's just really super complete, really gets everything done good. In a perfect world, if I could do two things with this steer to move him up a little bit more, you get on that black steer and look down his top, especially in his rib area. He's got quite a bit more width on you. And this steer I would probably like to be just a little bit softer over those last couple ribs, but a very, very nice pair of steers to lead off a very tough class. This steer coming next is probably as nice as anything that we've looked at in this division today. This is a steer that you think two different things of when you look at him and when you feel him. When you look at him off the side, you go, okay, this steer's a little bit shallower bodied than we'd really like to be. He wants to get up under himself a little bit when he gets out and travels. You get your hands on this guy, he's just as nice as the two calves up in front of him. Really mellow, really even in terms of his fat cover. I appreciate the hair on this calf, and you don't get that without a little bit of effort at home, so I really commend the young man for that. This is a calf we just like to moderate out in terms of his legs a little bit, or make him a little bit deeper bodied, and then you're knocking on it with two of the better steers that we've seen in the show today. But a very, very nice calf, three really good ones to lead this class off. Then we come to just a real nice practical steer that the young lady brings us. This is a steer that muscle to fat wise, you like the combination that he puts together. This is a calf that gets out and travels nicely. Just a really nice real world type of steer. Relative to your competitors in class today, would like to add some more muscle to this steer, and then you could certainly be more competitive with those up above you. Then we come to a first year exhibitor who is sure catching on really, really fast. A steer a lot like the one that just left the ring. One that, relative to him, you like the amount of muscle he has. This one, you would like to be just a little bit more mellow in terms of his finish over those last couple ribs, but he's got plenty on him that I think he very safely fits into the blue category. But if we were going to do one thing, we'd probably like to just make him a little bit more mellow over those ribs. Then we come to a calf who I think probably has a class advantage in terms of quality grade. This is a steer who's very, very well finished. The young man did a great job feeding him. He did a very good job finding a attractive, very practical type steer. Your problem here, if we could tweak this steer's muscle to fat ratio, would certainly like to do that. Would like him to be a little bit stouter and a little bit more muscular to compete with the very tough class you got in. But again, you found a real attractive steer. You got him fed really, really good. I really commend you for that. Really good class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations to Coulter Meads for winning that class of middleweights. Mason Murdoch in second. Third place is Royce Francis. Fourth was Tegan Kennedy. Abigail Wilkes was in fifth, and Wyatt Harris in sixth. So we will now bring in our top two from each one of our middleweight classes for our runoff. So that will include Sydney Dodge and Dakota McLaughlin, Delaney Weisler and Cameron Estes, Peyton Bennett and Tate Burke, and then Coulter Meads and Mason Murdoch. And this will be our middleweight runoff. Our judge today is Ty Cleaver from Klamath Falls. Raises cattle, sheep, kids, and owns a brewery down there. This is his second year here at the Umatilla County Fair, judging our market class of steers.
I know. He made a pretty definite comment of his preference for the last class. They'll spend $1,500 on written title payment. I'll look that up. I didn't show you yesterday.
So is it like a
Like a trophy, but it's made out of wood. So it's got a wide pencil.
Not very many. Not very many. Maybe. Graves, he's rough. Not very many.
I wanted to have one board too, okay? So like they take a backdrop picture, whatever, like this one was the Supreme Court, I thought. Embarrassing. They show like this, like there's a south. There's one capsule that's done that. That's how real it is. One where it's missing wood. One of them was across the whole thing. Got it back. Yeah, I always think it's because all these things.
That's my first thought. These chairs around the ring look really comfortable and like a really nice place to watch a show from. So does anybody by any chance want to trade me jobs right now? Please give this division a really, really nice hand. This is a really good group of steers. And, I guess, we looked at these calves, talked about them in class, and as I kind of mentally walk through what I'm going to do with this really difficult group of steers, the steer came out of the first class, again, one, you really like the fat cover of, you like the overall style of this calf. Very, very nicely presented. Young lady's done a really good job getting this calf ready to be here today. He's fitted as well as anything that we've seen all day. Just a lot of good there. In a perfect world, again, would we like to maybe add a little bit more angle and to the front end on this calf? Yes. Are there some stouter, more powerful calves behind you in line here? Probably, but you found a real pretty one. You fed it really, really good, and you made him look like $1 million today. Then we come to a real powerful calf that won our second class. One that, I think carcass-wise, we really like a lot of things about him. We talked a little bit about, although I wouldn't really go so far as to call them problems, some structural things would probably change in this calf when you were in class. Those are probably amplified a little bit more against the level of competition you're against here. But again, I think that steer is going to go to the rail and make your buyer very, very happy. Then we come to a really super attractive smoky steer the young lady brings us. One that when we get our hands on him is significantly more market ready than we first think. You talk about a real wedge fronted, fancy, wide-chested, big hip steer. I think this calf checks all those boxes very, very nicely. He's one that just does an awful lot of good for us today, and beat a real good one in his class. Then we come to this black steer that there's just a lot to like here. Again, this is a steer that muscle and fat wise I really appreciate. I really appreciate his structural soundness. I appreciate that he has some balance. And the overall way I'm going to describe this steer is he's one that definitely does not look out of place. But if you took him and put him in the real world, he's not going to look out of place in a feedlot pen either. He's very functional, yet very typey at the same time. Then we come to our red calf here, one that you just really like the fat and muscle that he brings to the table. A steer who, eye appeal-wise, would probably like to trim up a little bit relative to the things that you have out here with you now, but one that you found a real practical, muscular steer and certainly fed him to the best of your ability and got him to a very high degree of quality today. Then the blue Rhone steer, that was second in a really tough class. We still really appreciate the functionality and the balance and the soundness of this steer. Now would really like to take that little bit of extra condition off of him. Then the black steer that came out of the silver calves class, we still like all the muscle and the finish there. At this point, probably his neck hitting his body a little bit low and his shoulders being a little bit extra open probably bugs us a little bit more. Then we come to the red calf that I think very closely follows the type and kind of the steer who won his class. The steer that won his class just does it with a little bit more power and a little bit more freshness today. But an outstanding group of steers. I think, for me, there's one that it comes to the front of the line pretty quickly. From there's a lot of different things that you could do. So I'm going to select your division champion, and then his second will go in the line, and then the remaining class winners in the second to the division champion will be placed. Good group of steers. Thank you.
So the black one is the champion.
I would say so.
Actually, I don't know what to do. That was
Whoa. Coming out of left field.
I wonder
Peyton Bennett. Then the red steer. Oh, congratulations to our middleweight champion, Coulter Meads, our reserve champion, Peyton Bennett. We'll bring them back tonight at 6 o'clock for our grand champion drive. Well, get ready for class number 8. We'll get into our heavyweights now. Maggie Mendrink has a steer that weighs 1,418 pounds. Tug Hamby, 1,420. Tyson Terusio, 1,423. Finley Evans has a 1,427-pound steer. Emerson Aitken is going to have a 1,433-pound steer. Claire Stanley, 1,438 pounds. And Thad Crumbaugh, 1,438 pounds. So here is Class 8.
if you try to bite him on the right hind foot, he'll roll all the way over. Sit like a dog. Exactly. showing right there. Yeah. All you can see is her hand. They all want to get like huggy. You showed a horse before. They showed a hall for some reason. You switch them? You guys got beer beds or what? Oh, I see that.
Here. Got a really nice pair here to start our heavyweight division. In my mind, this calf, he just does a lot of things right. He comes to the top of this class pretty easily, in my opinion, although he has a very good one in second place right behind him. This is a steer who, you really like the practicality and the functionality of him. You really, really like the width he carries when he goes away from you. And a steer who, condition-wise, I think is in a very, very nice place. He's a steer who, has a little pizzazz to him. Is he the most heavily fitted steer that we've seen out here? Probably not. And if I could change one thing with him, he's one who his tail head just kind of sits on top of his body like a little bit of an afterthought. But all in all, this is a very complete, very nicely balanced steer who is exceptional in terms of both the amount of muscle that he brings us and how you fed him and got him at 12 o'clock to be ready for today. Then we come to probably a little bit more practical type of calf that the young lady brings us. This is a steer who, you really appreciate from a muscle standpoint. She's done a very good job feeding him. He's very, very mellow in terms of his fat indicators. He's a steer that gets out and travels really nicely. He's one to compare to this steer. He's just a little bit heavier toward the front end of him than the back end of him, where this guy over here is a little bit more proportional. But not to take anything away from a very heavy muscled, very functional calf that you've got, that you fed and certainly brought to us at 12 o'clock today. Congratulations, nice pair. Then when I first pulled him out, I probably wasn't aware of just quite how much muscle this steer had relative to the others that were in the ring with him. Gave him credit for. Another one that has been fed really, really nicely. He's very mellow. He's very even in terms of his fat cover. I think he'll offer his buyer a very high quality eating experience out of your Jew over there. But you found a really nice type of calf and did a very good job feeding him. I really, really commend you for getting that done. Then we come to, I'm going to call the cutability steer of the class in this black bronco face. One who, if I had to guess, I would say is going to be probably the best yielding steer out of this class. If we can make him just a little bit fatter, a little bit softer over those back ribs, then we could certainly think of quite a bit leveler. And when you get in really tight, nitpicky situations like this, I think that would have helped you a little bit. But really good calf, really sound made, really long, really muscular, just like him to be a little bit fatter. Then we come to this young man's calf, and this is one, when I get on the side, I really, really like bodied steer in this class. He also is very nice, simple calves that you found in front of you in this class today, but I really appreciate the practical type of project he selected, and even more, I appreciate a black calf that these are steers that are kind of somewhat similar to a degree. They're both a steer you really appreciate the performance. You really appreciate belongs in the blue category. He's one that you would like to, probably have another 50 pounds of fat on him today to make him all that much more better. But a really nice, really complete, really practical steer. Then we come to kind of my surprise of the deal, and this old Herbert Calf over here. He's one that when he walks in, he strikes you as kind of being a tall, hard body type. Biggest challenge with the class you got in here, all the calves in here had a fair amount more muscle than this guy does. But, you did what you could. Blue ribbon, really good class top to bottom. Congratulations.
Congratulations was Finley Evans. In 5th was Thad Crumbaugh. Tyson Terusio was 6th, and Tug Hamby 7th. We'll bring in 1,444-pound steer. Jace Wallace went in at 1,447. Blair Brocker, 1,462 pounds. And then Reagan Francis with a short horn that weighs 1,471 pounds.
Sign's kind of in the way, but I'll just look around. That makes sense. I've been wearing boots for 2 days. 4 days. Well, I prefer boots.
talking to an old friend of mine. Where are you guys at? Okay, I'm actually on the other side where the announcer is, so I'll head that way. All right, I'll see you in a minute. Good to see you, Bobby. Good to see you. It's when you're totally done, you want to go outside and take a video.
I know some of them have been kicking up dust for like 10 minutes, and then it just flies in here. I just had walnuts and bread when I saw them the other day, and I was like,
Sometimes when I go on a road trip,
I eat a lot of sunflower seeds when I drive.
I like Cheez-Its when I drive.
I think this is what old ladies have been class. Who's it giving out very many rides? About full. Not very many. There's just a few. And it's funny, I'll stand up there sometimes and he'll go over there to talk about something, and his startles up there and goes, "You better not place it." It's like that. I think it's funny. Yeah.
From down here?
Huh?
You doing the classes from down here?
Yeah.
You know which one he's using?
So a very, very challenging class for me to evaluate here. There's certainly a lot of differences in here, and there's certainly a lot of different things and a lot of different things for a lot of different people to appreciate in here. What I reiterated to the young man, and when I initially pulled the young lady with the silver cap out, I told her right, wrong, or indifferent, whoever ends up here has the best steer that's gone in this place of the class today, because this class was so tough and so deep. Everything in here, feed-wise, is in a very, very nice situation. And, you know, we would expect that when we're getting up into these heavier calves, but everything in here is really nicely finished. This was a heck of a set of steers, and a very challenging one for me to go through and kind of figure out what to try to do with it. With that said, we're left with two steers over here on the rail, who I think from a carcass perspective are in a very, very nice situation. These two steers have a lot of similarities, so we're going to talk about those first. These are both calves who are really, really powerful. They're wide-chested, they're wide-based as they go away from you. They both are very, very shapely in terms of their tops. They're both very, very wide pinned, and they carry that width down well into their quarter. They're both really nice calves. The one that's going to go ahead and start this class is the young man over here with the more chocolatey colored steer. Go ahead and give him a nice round of applause. He definitely deserves it. And you win this class as your steer comes to the ground. He's very athletic. He's very fluid as he gets out and travels. Although he weighs about 14, 15 and is that stout, that's a really, really hard thing to do. This is just a very practical steer. I love the body that he has. I love the amount of muscle that he has. Condition-wise, he's in a very good place. He's very, very sound. And, again, as we get into these heavier weight classes, once upon a time, you got much over 14, they were kind of frowned upon. The world is a different place. I have no problem with steers of this size whatsoever. This is just a very nice, very complete, very functional project. This young man's steer, from a cutability standpoint, may have a narrow advantage over the young man in front of him. This is a steer that, although he's finished really nicely, he has a very trim look. He looks like one that's going to go to the rail and yield really, really good. Where we would change this steer if we could, he's not bad, but he does want to get a little bit straighter up off of his front end. He's a little bit tighter. He's a little bit more bunched up as he gets out and travels. But I think you've raised a heck of a carcass. It's going to give your buyer a really, really nice quality eating experience out of your auction and keep him coming back for more. Very nice pair of steers to start this class. Not to take anything away from the young ladies over here. This is a steer who I think fits, well, this pair of steers fits very nicely with the two over there. They're both big body calves. They're both calves that have been fed really, really well. They're both calves that have some look when you get off to the side of them. You just don't have quite the power that those two over there did, but you had really super good projects. You fed really, really well, and you need to be very proud of what you've accomplished this year. Then we come to the shorthorn appearing steer. This is one who like everything in here, is in a very nice place from a condition standpoint. Very, very mellow, very, very uniform. He's one that makes you think maybe he's getting a little bit soft to the touch, but a calf that's got some look to him, a calf that gets out and moves. Just compared to the ones up above, you would like to have a little bit more raw width, and would like to maybe trim him up just a little bit. But very good steer, and you've done a very good job caring for him. Then we come to another really nice carcass prospect in the silver calf. You get on him and look down his top, you see lots of width there. This is another steer that has been fed exceptionally nicely, and where we'd kind of like to change him to get him up a little bit more is, when you get the fat and the muscle thing right, we kind of start worrying about eye appeal a little bit more. This is a guy who could be leveler and longer out of his hip, maybe be a little bit more extended up front, but you had a very nice, very practical steer that too is going to go to the rail with a very, very nice carcass, and you got to be very proud with your project that you have. Then I would not argue with you if you wanted to say the most eye-appealing, best presented steer in class is this guy right here. This young man did a heck of a job feeding this steer. He did a heck of a job finding a really, really attractive one. He did a very good job getting him ready for us and bringing him out and making him look his absolute best he could today. The one problem with this guy compared to the other cattle in this class, we're at a pretty big disadvantage from a standpoint of muscle. But again, you did a lot of awfully good things. You made a very good impression on me that I'm probably going to remember in showmanship tomorrow, and you had a very good steer that just ran into a really tough class. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Coulter Raymond for winning that class. Blair Brocker was in second, Claire Stratton in third, Ella Murray fourth, Reagan Francis was in fifth place, Annika Perez, sixth place, and Jace Wallace in seventh. So a good class right there. We'll bring in class number 10 this morning. Colton Weisler leading them in with a 1,480-pound white steer. Tanner Meads in there with a 1,487-pound black one. We've got Peyton Madison in there with 1,498-pound steer. Sydney Estes, 1,522 pounds. Jake Terry, 1,523 pounds, and then Catherine Doherty with a 1,525-pound black baldy.
but I would get one for myself, and Ryan he was gonna come have lunch here, and he would be upset if I got a veggie salad and didn't get him. So I mean, he would eat something, but I don't know. I guess I could pay her back. Well, I could just text her. Hold on, I'll text her. What? Oh. Make sure the gal's in there. Yeah, we'll go after this.
Okay, please give these young people a really nice hand for a really nice class of steers they brought us. And although this was a very good, very tough class, a very good, very well-fed steers, it did not take very long for this steer to catch my attention. When he walked in the gate and I saw that with the chest and that nice full brisket, I was pretty curious about the rest of what we were going to see here, and I was pretty pleased with the rest of what I saw here. Although, you know, this calf is pushing 1,500 pounds, really, really right in terms of his condition, a steer that you love the muscle, you love the width of it, probably as nicely balanced as anything that we've seen to this point in the day, a very sound structured steer, and for the cherry on top of that, this dude was fitted and presented very, very nicely. You raised a very good project. Congratulations. Not to take anything away from this steer, who I think is going to go to the rail with a really, really nice carcass that this young man's brought us. This is a steer that, if we're being honest, when you get behind him, he probably has just as much width as the one that was over there. You fed this steer really, really good. He's in a really good situation for cover. This is a steer who I really like the functionality and the practicality of him. If we could just take him and make him a little bit leveler and a little bit squarer out of his hip there, then you could be thinking about beating that behemoth over there. But really, really nice pair of steers to kick this class off. Then we come to a gray calf who, albeit he looks like he's a little bit sore on one of his front feet. This is another one I see going to the rail really, really nicely. A steer with lots of muscle, lots of width from end to end. A steer who, if anything, is probably a little bit fatter than you'd like him to be, but when you get him this stout and this powerful, they probably have enough ribeye to handle a little bit extra condition. So that kind of body type with that kind of power, I'd definitely rather be a little bit too fat than not quite fat enough any day of the week. You did a heck of a job feeding him. You just got kind of out-horsed by two really, really tough ones in here. But you raised a really good project. You selected a good one. You fed him really, really well. Then we come to a really super attractive black baldy calf that the young lady brings us. This is one who I really like the pattern. I really like the design of him. I really appreciate the ease with which he gets around the ring and travels. He's another one, surprise, surprise, that's very, very nicely finished. You just kind of run short of muscle to beat the three really super stout ones that you had in front of you. But you found a real attractive one, did a very, very good job feeding him. Then we come to another really nice practical type of red calf the young lady brings us. Another one that I really like. Where you're at from a nutritional and a fat standpoint, I would say you're very comparable in muscle toward the black baldy calf ahead of you, where your cows were really close from both a finish and a muscle standpoint. His little bit of an edge in terms of balance is what sorted him ahead of you. But you had a really nice steer that you fed really, really well. Then we have the blue Rhone calf to wrap the class up. We are going to go ahead and leave him as a blue ribbon, although I would like him to be a little bit more mellow, a little bit more even as we handle him over his top and through those ribs. Talk about a big long-geared steer that really gets out and travels really, really fluidly. He certainly does that. We just like, again, to make him be a little bit fatter, a little bit more muscular to get him up higher in this really, really super competitive class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Tanner Meads for winning that class. Second was Jake Terry. Third was Colton Weisler. Fourth was Catherine Doherty. Fifth, Sydney Estes. And sixth was Peyton Madison. It's our final heavyweight class here. This is Haley Loyland, Ryland Dodge, Mac Murdoch, Avery Morgan, and Grant Hills. A couple of 1,600-pound steers in this class.
Class 8, which one did you put first? Did you
Reminder, we're going to take all of our divisional champions and reserve champions. We'll bring them back tonight at 6 o'clock for our champion drive to determine the grand champion market steer and reserve. So that's going to be right here at 6 o'clock tonight. We will also be running it off for the goats and the lambs, and pigs are going to be over in the pig barn. All right.
It's gotta be 9 kids about that. I thought you said before this, we need a tour. There it is. Ah, how you doing, Stan?
You get to do the goats and the lambs too?
Huh?
Are you doing the goats and lambs too?
I listed the goat, the pig.
Right, but
Oh, goats. I'm sorry, my brain is just gone.
yeah, I meant.
I don't know. Kenzie did goats yesterday. I don't know who's doing the lambs and goats tonight.
It could be very random. I have a lot of, so we have a discussion about I mean, a bit better third.
Oh,
So, it's strong. One time as the CEO of the organization, he did not like the club. For years, he was doing square back, square field. Pretty good club. He could play himself a little.
so he went third.
There.
Just that one. So
He
you
didn't quite drop as many times in that class as he did the rest of the class.
the way, so was he really right?
He did not listen. We all knew, every person, every coach knew. He just couldn't bring himself to do what I told him to do. He was in tears through the classes. So you're 50 pounds, and then follow up. There's opening statements. So try this one.
My best.
And what he would make first time to do was really good show. This bull will change the time.
So, just something.
Try to break into it.
But no, then they do all around and then they do keto classes.
I just feel like this is crazy. It's 107 is that number. It's pretty damn simple. We did triple points here. Check this out. This is rain coming down at the end. At the end, you'll see a little dance.
I do not remember.
Shattered some grass.
And that was like for an hour, actually.
So we'll get something to
Jefferson just up the side. Just up the side.
we'll get a set of clips in there and we'll be really hard. This side of the ring's really hard to wet. So I don't know how much to lay it when we go right into the show. So I don't know if you want me to run some water right here close to the clock. This, yeah, this
We
is
got a wireless mic and we got
wireless. So I mean,
I think you said 3 bits of minutes.
These two big pins are people kind of
Yeah.
I'm like, I got my glasses on. It's like, that's a shit you did in my eyes.
I know there's
Hannah said when you guys turned them off last night for your barn event,
it did. Like instantly you were just like all of a sudden sweaty.
this steer. Do you guys have dairy here?
Yes. I think two. Oh, I think we have two.
You also have the 3 mile project. The 3 mile per
We have, I think we have a few dairy goats, a few more dairy goats, but we only have like 2 dairy cows.
We have like
And again, please put your hands together for this very, very nice class that wraps up our heavyweight division. I offered the young people at the beginning of the class I would be very happy to take off from here and go get a Coke and let them confer amongst themselves and tell me how they think this should go when they got back. The young lady over here seemed to want to accept the offer. I'm going to convey that she probably feels herself to be a competent arguer. But with that, none of them could establish that's what we should do, so here we are. Again, I'd like to reiterate how pleased I've been with your quality throughout the day here today. We've seen a lot of really, really good cattle and a lot of really good kids. And it's been a great pleasure and a great honor that you guys allowed me to be here to evaluate this great set of kids and this great set of cattle. With that, we have a really, really nice pair, I think, of really similar steers over here. From a feed standpoint, I think, although these calves are well up into the 1500s, I don't think I'm going to call either of them excessively fat, but they're both very, very nicely conditioned. They're both calves that are really sound as far as how they get out and travel. They're both calves who you like the width that they show from end to end, and it's a really, really tough pair to me. Kind of what it comes down to me is a very important view on cattle to me is where their shoulder blades and their top line intersect right here. That gives you not only a good idea about what their fleshing ability is going to be like, but it, to me, tells you a lot about how much muscle that animal really, really, truly has. These are two very, very impressive steers these young men both did a very good job with. For me, when I get down to it, I get back here, I get over here, I'm really, really impressed by the shape and the power this calf has. So he's going to go ahead. You're going to be our class winner. This is going to be a very close second. Two very, very good steers. Congratulations. Then I was talking to this young man over here, and he told me that how he fed this steer was a really good story because he had some higher aspirations about running for a state FFA office, and so he kind of wanted to get this steer out a little bit too far ahead because he knew if he was successful in this other endeavor that he was going to need that weight a little bit later on. So with that, it appears it all worked out pretty good. It's pleased to be among royalty, and congratulations to your state FFA president. To the steer and the strategy, you found an awfully good one. This is a very nicely balanced calf. This is a very, very muscular calf. When you get in situations this tight, little things kind of become big things, and you had quite a bit more hair you could have taken off of this steer's belly. With that little bit of extra hair, it kind of gives him the look that maybe he's a little bit past his ideal endpoint. So that's one thing I would have done differently, but you have absolutely nothing to hang your head about. That's a very, very nice steer that got beat by two exceptionally good ones. And if you wanted to argue this calf should have been among those two, I certainly wouldn't. Just for me, those three were really tight, and this was the one that kind of hit me with a little bit of, okay, maybe I'm just a little bit past where I really should be. But an exceptional steer, as is this gray calf this young lady brought right here. Really big, stout, practical, just, good cattle. Wide made, muscular, really, really nice in terms of the amount of condition and the amount of muscle he has. I think this calf is going to rail a really, really nice carcass. When you get in tight situations again, we'd probably like to make the steer be a little bit more eye appealing, a little bit more attractive up front, but you got the same kind of body as those three really, really nice steers ahead of you. You need to be really proud of what you did and what you accomplished this year. Then we come to another really solid black steer to wrap the class up. A calf who, again, muscle-wise and fat-wise, you're in a very nice place. This is a steer who would probably like to moderate out in terms of his frame a little bit. If we can make him a little wider, that'd make him more competitive with the ones ahead of him. And from a structural standpoint, we'd probably like to see his hocks be a little not quite so puffy today, but a very good steer to wrap up a very, very good show today. Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations to Ryland Dodge for winning that class. Mac Murdoch in second, Grant Hills third, Avon Morgan is fourth, and Haley Loyland was fifth. We will now bring back the top two in each one of those heavyweight classes for our runoff. That means that we will bring back Emerson Aitken, Maggie Mendrink, Coulter Raymond, Blair Brocker, Tanner Meads, Jake Terry, Ryland Dodge, and Mac Murdoch. So this is the heavyweight runoff. We'll determine our divisional champion and reserve, and we'll bring all of those back for our grand champion drive tonight.
Marty, we should have done a betting pool to see who's going to win this division. We should have done a pool to see who's going to win a Calcutta. Who's going to win this division? It's me. The grand champion's going to come out of this one. Should we do a little Calcutta auction before the grand champion and have, raise money for something? For me.
You move above stairs.
No, that's what you said.
People are probably going to be the last to win this. Be a lot.
Same. Same. We set up 75 shooting goals. That's not including like the 12.
So this is the heavyweight runoff, so we'll determine our divisional champion reserve, and then after that we got a class of feeders, and that will end our steer show.
Maybe like move it that way a little more.
It would be helpful.
Because it's not like it's in front of this. Because you more or less just need like. Is there something in front of the anchor stand?
I think so.
Or maybe move it down.
Again, this was a really tremendous division, and you know, those that listen to me talk about the steer that won the middleweight division, I really, really liked that calf a lot, and thought it'd take probably quite a bit to knock him off. And you know, the lightweight champion, even that's a very, very good steer. And then we get into the heavyweight division here, and I've been very pleased with what I've seen, and you kind of think there's going to be a point where they're going to get too big and too fat. I'm really pleased with how fresh and how nicely presented all these cattle are. And again, you have a great set of kids and a great set of cattle here. Albeit this was a very, very competitive division. There was a steer that caught my attention pretty darn hard when he walked into the ring. We're going to come over here, and we're going to make this young man the division champion. Congratulations. And I'm going to say this as a credit to you know, your county, the strength of your kids, and the strength of your cattle. These are two very, very good steers right here. They do a lot of really, really super good things. With that, we kind of had a heck of a log jam in the last class with three really, really nice ones on front of it. There's a calf right here. Although, he's weighing 1550-ish. This is a steer who's probably right in his prime as far as condition. Just a really super nice, really super complete steer. We're going to go ahead. We're going to make this young man our reserve champion heavyweight. Congratulations.
This year we made it.
Okay. Okay, who was the second to this one?
He's already in.
Okay.
So that's what they should do because they do that back in the day so that they should do
Okay, then to place our remaining class winners for the sale order. You have two steers here who I think from a carcass standpoint are really, really appealing to me, both of them. These are big, wide, powerful steers. If we're going to be honest, these steers probably would have won a lot of county fairs around the West Coast. The difference between these two is how they hit the ground and how they get out and travel. This young man's is a little bit more fluid. You're going to be our third heavyweight. Congratulations. This powerhouse carcass prospect here, you just got to love the power, the muscle in him. You got to love the way this young man got him fed. He's going to go ahead. He's going to be our fourth. And then this young lady with the really attractive steer that I thought is going to be awfully hard to beat in this division when he came out in class. He's going to be our fifth place heavyweight. Congratulations. Okay, do you want to take that back to the table?
I know. I have a Red Bull office in my I have some monsters they call
Well, congratulations to Tanner Meads for winning the heavyweight championship. Ryland Dodge in the reserve spot. Then Coulter Raymond, Jake Terry, Emerson Aitken, Mac Murdoch, Maggie Mendrink, and Blair Brocker. Congratulations to all of our heavyweights. We'll bring back our champion in reserve in each division tonight at 6 o'clock to crown our grand champion. We will now have our final class of steers. This is our feeder steers, Denise Bracamontes and Lillian Robbins.
Thank you. That's so kind of you.
Yeah, here in our feeder division, two very nice but very dissimilar types of calves. I think they both have some give and take back and forth between them. One we're going to go ahead and start with is the young lady right here with the more darkly colored calf. She kind of got in a little trouble with having a younger calf. And, you know, for how small he was when she started, she really gave it a good effort to get him ready for the fair. We talked about feeding a little bit with both these young ladies. But, you know, just a really nice made calf. I appreciate the structural integrity he has. A steer that certainly has some muscle. One that you get over here off the side of him, you kind of like the balance of him. And, you know, she's finding the right type of material here. We just need to get stuff that's a little bit bigger. And I think she's going to go forward and be very competitive down the road. Not to take anything away from the calf that I'm going to say probably reads with a little bit more muscle shape here. This is a steer who, you know, got pretty close to making weight. Again, we talked about, you know, this steer probably would have benefited from some more protein and some more fat in his diet throughout the summer. but a steer that you like the muscle on, you really like the length of side of him and the performance potential that he has in him. You know, two very nice calves these young ladies bring us. And you know, dissimilar in terms of their type and kind, and if you'd flip the way that you think those should go, I certainly wouldn't argue with you there. But congratulations to both these young ladies. Thank you.
Well, thank you to Ty Cleaver, our judge, for the market steers today, and that will do it for our steer show. We'll get ready for some goats. We're going to bring some goats in here and show them to you.
Brian Dodge cannot be there involved at champion because Showbox will not let me do it. I've pressed on his name many times.